Check, check, check. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I think the time is over. Welcome to SPECTRIN, first round in preliminary round. Judges with me. I'm the chair of this round. I'm Gladys. Before start, I'm going to have a quick reminder regarding first. Please set up your own timer, but yes, committee would also have their own timer, but it's going to be good if you are set your own timer also. And I think before you start your speech, please order your how you're going to accept the POI and your PI preference method. And second and third, I think regarding your speaker order, please chat on the chat box so I can know who is going to be first, second, and third, and who is going to be the reply speaker. And also, before start, I think I'm going to like remind you to respect each other, like please like eradicate all the kinds of words that going to be offensive each other, and please make a good debate, and really respect each others. So before start, I want to you guys everyone is enjoy this debate. Just make sure that you guys chill, just there's nothing that going to be really nervous regarding this. Okay, so to open this debate, I invite the first proposition. Here.
Check, check. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I will start my speech in three, two, one. As the first round begins,
I'm sorry, but uh, please stop the timer. I think, is it my connection or sama negeri satu Kupang connection that really have a trouble? Like, I don't know, I don't hear anything. Devina, maybe you can like check your friends or to make sure that they have a trouble in connection or not.
Oh well, I'm sorry. Maybe my team tried uh to join the breakout room. So please wait for them. I'll check for them.
How much time that we need to wait your teammate?
Uh, wait.
Hi, Devina. Do you already reach out your friends so we make sure that how their connection or they can use other device like handphone maybe to speak because I think we run out of the time. Or maybe the committee or LO, can you reach out the SMA 1 Kupang there to make sure that they have other alternative or maybe like, their condition right now, or do they have a trouble or anything? Because I think it's already really, really take so much time. 7 minutes. Oh my God. Okay, thank you in LO Indri. Okay.
Hi, Kak Gladys. Can I reach out to my committee, Kak Chensa, so that she could, contact the other members of SMA 1 Kupangde, please?
Yeah, feel free to do that.
Okay. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Kak Gladys. I have reached out to Kak Chensa, and maybe she could, contact the first, second, and third speaker from SMA 1 Kupangde.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry because the connection is not good in here. So we need
Okay.
to start over. Is it fine? I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay. You can start right now.
Okay. As the first speaker of the proposition team, I was truly agree with the motions because everybody should have their right to get a better treatment if they are sick. Every day we look through social media, newspaper, and etc. we see there is a lot of people die because of their illness, because the health workers didn't have enough knowledge and skill to handle the patients or to control the patients. And when they are very sick, they didn't have any money, especially for the people who didn't have stability financially. They didn't have any option to go to good hospital to get enough treatment, but they only use what they have. Especially for the people who didn't have any access to the hospital, like we see there's a lot of people who live in the village. Before I move to my context in here, I want to define something in here. First, in, what is the importing health workers? So it stands for how the government makes some rights to give a health workers from other country so they can give a professional treatment for the patients. When the policy was being released, the people who are illness, they didn't have to go to a good hospital to spend more money and work more to get the treatment. Okay, before I move to my first argument, there is some limitations in here, so our debate is not out of the topic. First, importing the health worker it doesn't mean we change the local workers' positions, but we fill the gaps. Second, the importing health worker is only for professional doctors who specialize their subject. And third, it's for the regional that have increases sickness data that need the professional doctors to actually fill their needs. And let me present two main arguments in here. First, the principal justifications regarding on why our side of the house is more right and more justice. And second, practical implications or regarding on why our side of the house is more positively impactful for the actor and for the people who needs the actor. Let's move to my first argument. First, what is the problem in here? According to the status quo, the problem in here is how the people or citizen can't have any opportunity get the treatment because of the limitations of the health worker to actually analyze what's their problem in here, especially for the professionals doctor that they second, it's very problematic because at the end, the citizen can get the right to have a good treatment, and at the end, they will die because of their illness. The problem is exists because of their health worker didn't have enough skills to actually fix the specific disease that the citizens is having. Okay. And because they didn't have enough money, or the citizen didn't have enough money to basically afford the treatment, the world on our side of the house is more beneficial because we provide the right of the patients that they can get enough treatment to fix their illness. So what is the impact in here? First, when the patients get healthy, they can work again. And also it's their right to actually have a good treatment to fulfill their needs. And for the example in here, the health of the citizen, it's not something that they should buy. And second, the money that's been used for the treatment, it can be saved or they can prioritize to something that they really need, like education and etc. And three, the person who might be workers, like the citizens who feels illness but they are a workers, they can work again and support their family. That's the important things that the government things need to see. And when the opposition teams didn't agree with the motions, that means that they are supporting the sickness and the increases data of the sickness in the citizen. And second, the person can
Joy?
provide a good, no thank you, the person can provide a good quality for their life. That's all from me. Proud to be a proposition. Thank you.
Thank you for the speech from the first proposition. To respond the case coming from proposition, I call upon the first opposition. Here.
Okay, let me just begin.
Okay, firstly, I would like to check if my voice is audible enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let me start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, honorable adjudicators and fellow debaters. It's not about the opportunity that we are missing from importing health workers, but it's about the system that cannot afford to lose the health workers. And what the government frames as mobility or a lack of healthcare is a structure that supports inequality. We should focus on fairly distributing them across Indonesia and help workers to rural areas first before we chose to import workers from outside and another country. Let me focus on my team speed. I, Feldy, as this first speaker, I will focus on the invest. We should invest in health workers in Indonesia, and my second speaker, Salvino, will expand on the dependency trap if we continuously import from another country and the brain drain effect and trust issues from the citizens. Let me begin with my first argument. Indonesia should focus on not importing more health workers from outside, but invest in the new health workers that are still in university and still in training phase and distributing them equally to every province so that no person should suffer to lose their loved one just because there is no specialist in their province. And we focus on increasing healthcare quality by training and educating our current healthcare workers and giving them proportionate working places and paying them more wages. We on our side of the house, we improve our facility in parts outside of Java Islands. Instead of hassling about importing more health workers from outside of the country and making sure they can speak Bahasa Indonesia, and even their adaptation time to their hospital can be eliminated just because we prioritize our own health workers from Indonesia. Indonesia is the fourth most populous country in the world, and we produce about 1,000 of new health workers annually every year by proportionately distributing them to not only Java province. We distribute them equally to every 38 provinces in Indonesia. And then to sum it up, we confidently oppose this motion because we must prioritize our own health workers instead of importing a few health workers from outside of the country that will end up working in big hospitals and not in rural areas if we don't have the mechanism to properly distribute them. And we rebut the proposition's idea that by importing the health workers, they will transfer their education. But like I said before, the imported health workers must undergo a training process that is time consuming. And instead of that, we invest on some of our APBN to increase the quality of education in big universities such as University of Pajajaran, University of Indonesia, University of Gajah Mada. By investing in this big university, we can increase on our own quality of health workers, and they will be happy to work because the facility is guaranteed and they get paid well and they get to serve people at hospitals all around Indonesia. And continuing to my second argument, training a doctor or nurse in developing countries require a huge public investments like APBN, like I just said before. Yet, when we import them to other countries, we face a huge loss on the developed countries, and we totally face a huge loss in us as developing countries, and the developed countries totally benefits from these importing health workers, because the World Bank has said that the importing of health workers will result in a substantial losses of human capital for developing nations. And in other words, poorer countries are only subsidizing the healthcare system of richer ones. And this is totally unequal transfer of human resources, where developing countries sacrificing the most resource only not to reap the benefits of their own healthcare. And healthcare workers who migrate and are often the most skilled and most experienced. And if we choose to import them, the distribution of the doctors and the is heavily concentrated to urban areas like Java, leaving other province areas such as East Indonesia facing shortages. And when migration increase, our countries still suffer the most. Therefore, to crystallize this debate, we still oppose the motion that we should import workers from other countries, not because we didn't want more quality workers from outside of the country, but because investing in our own country is the far more better outcome, because the return of investment is instantly felt and received by the patient and civilians of Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you for the speech from the first opposition. To respond the case coming from opposition, I call upon the second proposition. Here.
My speech will start with 3, 2, 1. As the second speaker, I will defend our team's stance and respond directly to the opposition team that what we fail to see the simple. This debate is not just about policy, this is about saving lives here and now. They say that foreign workers cannot adapt. That's simply unrealistic. Our country already have training system, listening, and supervision. These workers don't just arrive, but they have prepared. Second, they say that these harm local workers. They say that these harm local workers, but let's be clear with uh, let's be clear when hospital are understaffed, the people are dying. Protecting jobs should never comes before protecting life. Healthcare is a basic, not a privilege we delay. My new argument, the first one is the real issue is equal distribution of rural area are left behind. Local doctors prefer cities. That's the reality. And who suffers? People in rural area or long waits, untreated illness, preventable death. The solution is importing health workers can go where locals won't. They fill gaps immediately. Even if we this even if this isn't perfect, it works now and healthcare working now save lives. Second argument is our system simply cannot produce enough doctors fast enough. Training takes years, but the crisis is happening now. It's happening today. Doctors burn out, quality drops, and pensioners suffer. The solution is forget workers, reduce pressure, and improve service quality immediately. Even if we rely on them temporarily,
Your eye.
that is still no thank you. That is still better than system that collapse under pressure. Thank you.
Uh, Thank you for the speech. To reply, the cases coming from second proposition, I call upon the second opposition. They're here.
Okay, audible check. I think I'm audible enough.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so before the timekeeper start the timer, let me just give a thank you for our supervisor, Mr. Darwin, and thank you for Kansa. And I'm starting my debate in 3, 2, 1. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. And teach a man to fish and you feed him for his lifetime. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let me just giving you that the proposition offer us the fish, but in form of imported hot workers. We stand to build back a stand sustainability healthcare system, not a temporary fix. Let me just directly respond from the argument is let me just clarify. First of all, the affirmation has to explain enough urgency on why you should replace all the local workers when they have education waiting to be afforded. At the first place, they frame this as an urgent, like life-saving measure. All of the things that the government think myself this is all about life-saving measure, but they doesn't even concern about short-term fixes that made a weakened long-term system will worsen the crisis over the time. Secondly, then they claim that this is the only supplementary but in reality, the once government rely on the imported workers, it means that they lose incentive to invest domestically. It is the same as you are just at the mining sector. When you are really want to integrate all the workers in one country, it means that you can convert at that field. And the same as the healthy workers or at the healthier sector, when you are really integrated many workers, it means that you doesn't have quality. Your country is very low. Your country is not even that beneficial to afford it. Now we're just going to the third argument of the rebuttal is when they down for the cultural communication barriers in healthcare, miscommunication is not a mirror issue. It affects firstly then it affects the diagnosis accuracy. Secondly then it patient trust, and thirdly then the treatment compliance. When they are really saying that it all about they don't have enough knowledge, they don't have enough treatment. I think it's not a strong opinion enough, Because why in Indonesia you have many schools, you have many educational system, which just choosing why and picking why instead of you just importing many health workers that coming from outside of the country, from coming from abroad. Why don't you just develop all your educational system from the inner of the country first? Now we're just seeing the urgency. Yes, there's a global shortage. According to WHO, there will be a 10 million health workers shortage by 2030. But here is the key issue. Importing health workers doesn't solve the global shortage, but it redistributes. When developed or urbanized countries import the workers, they often take them from other developing countries, and this creates a brain drain effect. I will explain it on my later arguments. Now we're just looking at the many examples. There are many doctors that are coming from Africa, Southeast Asia, that migrate to richer country. Their home countries that left with even worse with shortage. When you're really getting perspective on how are they working in the abroad, you're just saying that when they are really importing many health workers, their country itself will be just get the negative impact. What is the negative impact? The quality of health workers will be decreased. That's why I think it's not really necessary for their country. And we're just looking up for the justification point. Our principle is clear. The nation healthcare system must be built on an interest rate, not an external dependence. The healthcare is a strategic sector. It affect what? It affect on national resilience. It affect on the crisis responses capacity and public trust on government. Relying on the foreign labor in such a critical sector will only weaken the sovereignty that creates vulnerability of during the global crisis. Imagine that Indonesia is coming back to the 2019 when COVID is still arrived. You are very weakened on sovereignty. You are very weakened on vulnerability during the global crisis, and you're just trying to struggle with all the domestic sector you have. Now we're just looking to the pandemic focus, and the countries that restrict movement foreign workers return to the hub, and your system collapses instantly. This is not a resilience, but this is still a fragility. Now we're just looking up at the status quo. Currently, many countries face uneven healthcare distribution. Rural areas is underserved, and training pipelines are slow. This is one of the main factors why they are still the distribution of health work is still doesn't equalize in many regions. But importantly, the issue is not just quantify the distribution of policy failure. The government often fail to incentivize the rural placement. The improve working the condition, retain accessing the professional. Now we're just looking for my main arguments. The dependency trap. Importing workers create a lazy policy cycle. Government import shortage appears solved, but the domestic investment decreases, and the future shortage worsens, leads to the long term, which means the reliance on the foreign labor is weak and the national training systems. Now we're just going to the second of my arguments. Brain drain, brain drain effect. 3 points then. These 3 points, when we are really want to import workers, we should take skills professional from countries that also need according to the global migration data. Now at the second point, low income countries that lose significant percentage of their train at the doctor migration. It's only create the global inequality and injustice. But at the 3 point, we are solving our problem by creating another country's crisis. Now, let's continue to the third point of the main arguments. Now, quality of care. The quality of care and the trust issue. Healthcare is deeply relational. When foreign workers may face a language barriers, cultural misunderstanding, difficulty building trust with patients. Now, you're just imagining when you are one of the people who live in Indonesia, the citizens who live in Indonesia, they're coming the foreign that work as a health focus. You cannot just understanding the language, because it still need a long time. It means that it doesn't even convert based on our arguments. Now we're just going to for this. When developed countries are really urbanized, now we're looking for the impact. The patient may avoid seeking misdiagnosis rates, increased public confidence, and decline. The healthcare workers is not cheap concern, but the recruitment cost is relocation package and licensing and training. These resources could instead be used to expand the medical suites, provide rural incentive, improve the infrastructure. Now, where's one to waiving this? When you are really waiving these two comparative things between one which is very very expensive, you have to import them, you have to train them, you have to get a recruitment cost, a relocation package, licensing, and etc. etc. It means that we'll still be using at the same variant that's still gonna give a same problem. Now what is the solution is? Where's the opposition party still giving you the solution? Instead of we keep deporting the foreign workers, we propose that or sustainable or the domestic strengthening model, the policy mechanism. First, you have to incentive based on rural deployment with the higher salaries for rural doctors, housing, and the education benefits, career acceleration pathways. The government party has failed to explain this because their urgency is not even clear between why you have to importing health workers in all the several countries all the time. Now, budget is scholarship. The government funded medical education and mandatory service in underserved areas in 5 till 10 years and eliminate boom tolerance. And that is not slower, that is smarter, sustainable, and that's why you should vote for opposition. Thank you.
Thank you for the fine speech coming from second opposition. To respond to cases coming from second opposition, I call upon the third proposition. Here.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
My preference POI, just unmute yourself and say POI because I will not see the chat box. And I'll start the debate in 3, 2, 1. Importing health workers can help fill immediate staffing gaps, particularly in specialized areas or region which is facing professional shortages. Moving to my argument, I will talk about 4 arguments. It's about the doctor's placement, healthcare in remote areas, share education, and also how the foreign doctor can help in specific areas. Yeah. First, about doctor's placements. In status quo, there are many doctors whose placements are in the city centers. Placing doctors in urban areas will only worsen the conditions in other areas. The overcrowding of doctors, particularly specialized in Indonesian's majors, Indonesian's major is a complex problem. If the doctor are confined in the cities, the city center, and what about the other regions? It is only worsen the case, which there is no equitable placement or overall distribution of healthcare. Doctors likely flock the Java and other major cities, leading to disparities in healthcare service across region. Moving to my second argument, healthcare in remote areas. People in remote areas are often travel for hours and even days to reach health facilities. There will be many people will fall because they're not get proper with they're not get proper health treatment where currently we know that community health centers do not have the same complete equipment as large hospital. Therefore, the access they get will certainly will be even more minimal, or that means the worst possibility will happen. The people from remote areas will varying with varying levels or of disease are only given false hope due to a lack of medical equipment. Foreign healthcare worker often bring expertise from more advanced healthcare systems. Their presence facilitates the transfer of technical knowledge and the latest medical practice to local healthcare workers. Like for example, through like fellowship or fellowship programs or hand-on training, Indonesian healthcare workers like can can learn critical areas like robot in such as specific areas that are not yet common in the country. Yeah, moving to my third argument is about the sheer education in the medical knowledge. When the doctors gain knowledge that they may not uh, encounter in their previous like medical areas, it will be very helpful because they can work together. The foreign doctor and the local doctor can work together in analyzing uh, health cases and try to find the best treatment. Foreign foreign trained doctor often are often more willing to be placed in underdeveloped, remote, and un- underserved areas, which local health workers avoid them. A well-regulated import policy and can ensure that these professional fill uh, urgent gaps, ensuring citizens and like health rights are met equitably. And yeah, the recruitment of foreign doctor is not merely an option, but a crucial strategy to address critical shortages in specialized medical field, particularly in areas like yeah, yeah in like cardiology and etc. While while the local those domestic or local doctor uh, programs are essential. They are often cannot produce specialized fast enough to meet the rising demand driven by like aging population or complex disease patterns. So uh, importing health workers is a proactive step forward of a more robust, skilled, and equitable health system. It is a necessary measure to ensure that quality healthcare is accessible to all citizens. Therefore, we are proud to support the motion.
Thank you for the speech. To respond the case count on third proposition, I call upon the third opposition. Here.
Okay. Okay, before I start my speech, will not have a POI in my speech. Okay, I'm gonna start my speech at 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable educators, and respected opponents, as the third speaker of the opposition team, I will choose this debate. I will close this debate by showing why the government policy is not insufficient but also harmful for the long run. I will do by rebutting their arguments, reinforce our stance, and weighting this impact of both sides. First, the government repeatedly emphasized that importing health workers is a fast and practical solution. However, speed does not equal effectiveness. Why? What the government is offering is not a real solution, but a temporary fix. They are treating the symptoms of the problem, not the root of cause. The real issue lies in a weak healthcare system, lack investment in education, and poor incentive for local professionals. By railing these foreign workers, the government is avoiding the responsibility to build a strong and sustainable health worker system. This creates long-term dependency, where the country continues to rely on external help instead of developing its own capacity. Second, the government claims that communication and adaptation issues are minor and manageable. Ladies and gentlemen, we strongly disagree with this because in healthcare, communication is not a small issue. It is essential. Miscommunication can lead into incorrect diagnosis, wrong treatment, and serious risk to patient safety. And cultural differences can also affect trust between the patient and the doctor, ladies and gentlemen, which is crucial for effective treatment. These are not minor inconveniences. These are the fundamental challenges that directly affect the quality of care. Third, the government argues that virgin health workers can improve the healthcare quality. But this is not always granted, ladies and gentlemen. Differences in training standards, medical practice, and healthcare system can create inconsistencies. Without proper regulation and adaptation, this policy actually create more problem instead of solving them. Now, let me reinforce our position. From the beginning, the opposition has consistently stood on the sustainable and long-term solutions. We believe that instead of importing workers, government should provide better salaries and incentive, improve worker conditions, encourage professionals to serve underserved areas, and provide better salaries and incentive for the workers. This solution may take time, but ladies and gentlemen, they built a strong, independent, and resilient healthcare system. Now let us wait this debate. The government offers short-term benefits, but risk for long-term dependency. But we offer long-term stability and self-influency. They really external solution, but we build internal strength. They focus on immediate confidence, but we focus on sustainable progress. And in this debate, sustainability matters more than temporary relief, ladies and gentlemen. So the question is simple. Do we want a healthcare system that depends on others, or one that is strong, independent, and built for the future? Ladies and gentlemen, for responsibility, sustainability, and long-term success, we strongly oppose this motion, and we proud to win this debate. Thank you.
Thank you for the speech. To make a conclusion regarding the opposition case, I call upon the reply speech coming from opposition. Reply speaker.
Okay. I'll start my reply in 3, 2, 1. This debate is not about the whether healthcare is sort of exists, but both sides have agreed. But the key question is which model builds sustainable and fair and resistant healthcare system. Firstly, then the proposition offers the short-term fix when they just wanted to importing the health workers. They are just thinking that it's gonna fixing the quality of health workers in our country. But let me just clarify. Just thinking straight about this. When you really want to importing all the health workers, then you have really main causing problem that can root of the situation. Many countries like I said in my speech before, the second speech before, that they're saying that country like South Africa, they have many doctors, to importing to the abroad, but what will happen in their own country? The urgency of their country is not even like equal for them to just giving importing the health workers to the abroad. Because why? It still decreases the quality of health workers in their country itself. And we as an opposition team, we're trying to do the long-term system solution. The first clash between urgency and sustainability. Firstly, then the proposition, they said that they need the immediate solution when they're coming with the quick solution, when they said that many doctors are need the treatment, many doctors are need the quality. The main reason why the equalize of doctors in many countries in Asia are not equal. The only reason is because of lack of facility. Is because of lack of income. But we as an opposition party can also be adapted and can be solved this problem by what we can do it instead of giving a scholarship to many people who want to be a doctor. I think many countries, even at the many people, even at the status quo, even at the Kupang right now, we're just looking around us. Many of them wanted to be a doctor, but it's still as the same as when you are using AI. Your work are just got replacement. It's the same while you use AI. It's the same as you want to importing workers. They're not going to be a different when you are want to take over the job over the
or the domestic areas. And the opposition, and we as the opposition, we're saying the urgency is not as the same as justification for plague policy. The short term fixes the damage long-term capacity is only equalized to the worsened crisis. Now we're just looking for the key comparison. Firstly, propositions solve the symptoms, while we as opposition we solve the root of causes. We are really need a just framing for this. A good policy must not only act fast, but also not but also create a bigger future. But also not can create a bigger future problem. The second class, the dependency versus the self sufficiency. It means the proposition only giving us the temporary and control import, control the import. Now, as the opposition in reality becomes the structural dependency, the government loses on incentive and invest in education, with distribution issues and mechanism. And on their side of the houses, they are just giving us the incentive to invest in education and fit the distribution issues, but they doesn't give us the mechanism. Because in our side, we're just giving you the mechanism. It's an easy solution bias. By policy, make it choose import over the reform. And why should we win? Because proposition is immediate but temporary. And we slower permanent but prefer the sustainable impact over the temporary relief. The risk analysis, the proper risk on dependency, brain drain, and system fragility, but we only risk on slower result, manageable delay over systemic failure. And at the ground, the proposition only thinking about the national benefit, but we are thinking about the global fairness, the long-term justice, and the opposition has broadened the ethical legitimacy. I'm proudly to be opposed.
Thank you for the speech. To close the case come from proposition and close this round, I call upon the reply speaker from proposition. Here.
Check. Am I audible?
Loud and clear.
Check. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. There is some difference in here between the proposition team and also the opposition teams. First, when you say that you more focus and you invest on the educations, but you didn't see how many people that die because of their illness because they didn't have enough treatments. Second, when we importing the health workers, the second one is when we importing the health workers, it doesn't mean that we change, but we fit the gaps in here in our country itself. And when you guys say that you guys more invest on the education things and etc., but we are fix the main problem in here, such as the people who can't even get the treatment because of their economics aspect and etc. When we importing the health workers, it doesn't mean that we change it. They change the local health workers, but the foreign workers are already been prepared for before it goes to our country, and because of them we can more elaborate our skills, and also we can help the locals patients from their suffer. Even if they say that they prioritize the education, we still better because we prioritize the main problem in here, such as the people who can't even get their right to have a better treatment and etc. That's why I happy to be in the government team. Thank you.
Thank you for the speech and thank you everyone. Give me several minutes, like maybe 20 minutes to make my oral education. And regarding your decision on this run, you can chat with each other, rather like you maybe get in the bathroom or etc. Just give me some minute, okay, to prepare my own decisions. Thank you, guys. Hi everyone. So check. Can you hear me? All of you? Am I audible? Okay. Uh, before I go to my oral education, okay, I think everyone is here. So hi everyone. I think that is a great debate regarding this run. I think everyone is really amazing. So I have a three part on this oral education. First, general education. Second, decision, and third is the reason behind the decisions. Before I start, I think the general comment regarding all of your speech is first, I think need a lot of framings because this debate, I think it's not like you just support and giving impact for me, but you need to provide a counterfactual, which is good because I think opposition is already understand to giving a counterfactuals. And I think second, regarding the analysis, because I think there's a really gap logic regarding your analysis on several things. Like first, you need to for proposition, for example, you need to give me analysis regarding why doctors or the foreign doctors is suddenly want to coming to serve the rural area, whereas when they maybe not doesn't have a sufficient sufficient payment, for example, for themselves and etc. So I don't think there's a gap, there's a reason regarding on that. So you need to fulfill the kinds of gap on your several analysis in the future. Please give me analysis first. I think I just want to give you a pitch regarding the analysis. First, why my premise is true. Second, why this is important. Thirdly, you can talking about your impact. And lastly, you can make a weighing regarding that kind of things. Because I think this debate is just regarding two things. First, regarding the quality of the healthcare. But second, regarding the economic side. So yeah, I think you just guys have a lot of general, not have a lot of general comment because you already did amazing job. But just be mindful with the kinds of things. So second, I think second part is regarding decisions. For this round, I'm going to give the point to opposition. So opposition is the winner of this round. Why? I think there's several things why opposition is win this round. I think in this debate, both things agree there's a serious problem regarding the many rural areas still have a lack of enough doctor for samples and good healthcare access. The main disagreements is how to solve the problems. I think governments focus on the fast solutions by importing foreign health workers, and opposition is focused on a sustainable and long-term healthcare systems and using the local workers. So, what exactly the two parts why I think opposition is win? First, regarding the quality of healthcare. Government told me that there's a many rural area do not have enough doctors, and because of that, people cannot access healthcare, for example, and some even die. And they argue this is a really important. They need to important the doctors can quickly fill these kinds of the gap. But I think this is a very important point and really correct, highlight the urgency from the propositions. However, I think oppositions is make a response, a really good response regarding this kinds of point. First, they say that this is problem should be solved by strengthening the local system through the scholarship, training, and distribution policy. Second, they told me that you bringing the foreign doctor does not automatically guarantee the better quality because there can be language barrier, culture difference, and different medical practice, which can affect to the diagnosis and patient trust. What exactly this why then opposition is win on this point? I think government does not clearly explain, like what I say, why foreign doctor would be willing to work in rural area, and for second, why the domestic doctor, for example, right now not sufficient to fill the kinds of gap. I think without this explanation, it's unclear whether this policy actually solves the rural healthcare gap. So in this issue, I think I more buy the argument coming from oppositions because they explain to me why this is a sustainable solving problems, and I think it's better because the quality is still there and the people in rural areas still have still have medical treatments. So I don't think like this is a really urgent, because you don't explain to me why then domestic not sufficient enough, why become a doctor really hard. For examples, why doctors in the domestic cannot handle these kinds of problem, and etc. So I think make sure that you explain to me, so the urgency is become more urgent, so your solutions regarding like really short-term solution right there is really needed. Because right now we are not on the conditions like we have a global pandemic, so we need a lot of doctors. So I don't think if we just play on the normal basis conditions, I don't think the short-term solution is a good enough, because oppositions already give a response, and I think it's already sufficient to tackle your cases. And second, that I think regarding on economic analysis, governments argue the important doctors is faster and have self-life quickly. I think what is exactly interesting cases coming from oppositions is opposition response by questioning sustainability. They argue three things. First, the government must use public money to pay foreign workers. Second, the workers are not permanently tied to the country, so this is become a continuous cost and not investments, because investment is going to be fail, because you not invest on the quality of domestic country, but you invest on the foreigners doctor, which is this doctor is not going you serving you a long time or until they die. For example, they're going to maybe back to their country and have a lot of risks regarding that. But I think oppositions like really look up to the investing, because you already pay a lot of money to that, but you don't get a lot of good benefit because of that. I think what exactly missing from the government is two things. First, you need to explain in the setup how long these workers will stay, for example. And second, whether this policy is financially sustainable over time. Because if you just like giving an investment to the people that have a risk, they maybe like go back to their country, then it's a useless investment. So make sure before you talking about what exactly this a good investment, this is how solve the problem. You can say the mechanization of the policy. So I understand these doctors, for example, the foreigners doctors will stay forever in our country to serving the rural area, because if not, then it's a useless investment, because it's have a lot of risks and take a lot of our money to pay for them. Okay, so I think economic analysis is I give to the oppositions, but why then opposition is win again? I think it's really interesting case regarding the brain drain. Yeah, opposition explained to me, if you're relying on foreigners workers, it can weaken the local system. I think this is really makes sense, because you cannot like have two solutions, because right now Indonesia is developing country, so they doesn't have a lot of resources, money, and etc. to pay the foreigners, and they also pay for their domestic to training, scholarship. I think it's impossible, right, regarding Indonesia financials and etc. So you need to consider, for example, others country like developing country, you need to consider whether their finance is enough to pay for the both solutions, because I think it just not make sense to happen. Because if you want to focus on the solution regarding foreign doctor, it means you're going to put every money to that, and your domestic doctors and facility, you're going to like it's a second option. Even you're not I think it's not going to run that well like what you imagine on the proposition. So proposition need to explain to me, even if you already told me on your setup, right? Because you say, oh, the domestic doctors still going to be work, so we're not going to replace them. But unfortunately, I think what exactly opposition told me is already enough to make me question about your premise. Because if the money given to foreigners doctors, it means the doctors from domestic is not going to having a sufficient wages, for examples, because they doesn't have for several developing country doesn't have enough financial. So you need to explain to me before you make what exactly this setup thing. So I think setup is really still have analysis on that. And that I think what exactly opposition makes me believe that they win of this debate. They told me that if the government depends too much on external workers, first, investment in local training may decrease. Second, local doctors may feel less supported because they just focus on the foreign doctors. Thirdly, this is a really interesting premise. In the crisis situations like pandemics, for example, foreign workers may return to their home countries, and Indonesia will have have a gap to the sufficient job regarding doctors, because right now, if the global pandemic, it means Indonesia cannot, for example, Indonesia or other developing country, they cannot have a sufficient job because they just based on the foreigners workers. It means that when the foreigners workers walk to the or go to their country, we don't have any doctors in our country, because and our country doesn't have a quality doctors. So it means that if that happen, the global pandemic happen, then what exactly happened in our healthcare issue, the rural area, and even not just rural area, for every country and developed country will die. I think this is what exactly the worst case, and you need a lot of response because this is coming from second opposition. And I think the third proposition, you need to make respond regarding on that, because this is a really important, and this is like make your arguments regarding people, a lot of people die, it becomes symmetric, because a lot of because both of side already give propose that, oh, if that happen, the people could die in massive in both sides. So I don't think your arguments become more exclusive because the opposition already make this symmetric for their from their arguments. And fourthly, regarding the vulnerable group, yes, I think government narrative is this policy can help a poor and rural communities by increasing the access to the doctors. But I think opposition agree these groups are important, but argue that the government already has program to send local doctors to the rural area, especially people that are related to scholarship, for example. And second, they want to strengthening the program is more stable solution than relying on foreign workers to solve the problems regarding the vulnerable actors. That's why I think the weighing regarding the sustainability, the quality of doctor, the economic brain drain, and vulnerable group, I think I give to the oppositions because they success to explain to me what exactly the conditions and what the why this is true. For example, the premise, and I think I buy everything on that. So for everyone, if you have any question regarding the oral education, you feel free to ask me right now, or maybe chat through it via chat, WhatsApp. I will tell you the anything that you want to asking me about. Do you have any question like regarding my oral education?
Okay, thank you, the educators, for giving us the feedback. It was very helpful for us. I want to ask something for the importance of the next debate. Maybe for the next one, I want to ask you, like in NSDC, many people are really prioritize the importance of status quo. Now, I want to ask that how do we place the status quo in our arguments and to make it really strong, because in debate you cannot bring data. The only thing you can bring is status quo that is people think that it's really strong enough for you. So I think how to place these things and how to put this to our arguments to make it a really great one. Thank you.
Oh yeah, sure. That's a good question. So in NSDC, yes, and this is they have a prohibition regarding data because they will think that you cheating because it's impossible to know about a lot of data there. So I think what for me ya, kalau misalnya aku tuh biasanya analisisnya tuh kalau dari data, data itu datang karena ada sebuah alasan. Misalnya, oh, a lot of rural area doesn't have enough doctor. Misalnya, oh, 4,5 juta kita kekurangan dokter nih di rural area. The question is, kenapa sampai data itu muncul? There's analysis first. For example, you can say, oh, karena pendidikan dokter itu mahal, so kayak kita tuh pasti kekurangan, apalagi kayak scholarshipnya kurang dan hanya orang-orang tertentu tuh yang bisa mengakses pendidikan dokter, makanya dokter itu kurang. Second, dokter itu susahnya minta ampun. Kayak even if you already in and you have a lot of money, you cannot still be able to survive on the doctor because the pressure and etc. It makes a lot of people quit from the doctor, for example, and etc. lah pokoknya. But third, maybe you can told me like, oh, pendidikan dokter itu tuh panjang banget dan orang tuh sekarang lagi punya tekanan terkait finansial dan beban keluarga dan lain-lain. The cultures itself, it makes people kayak di tengah-tengah jalan tuh mereka keluar misalnya dari pendidikan dokter atau maybe they kayak find some other alternative. For example, maybe mereka udah nikah kah atau apakah mereka find the business and other alternative that make they have a financial sustainability, for example. So kayak kamu tuh bisa buat banyak alasan kayak kenapa sampai banyak dokter tuh yang nggak ada. Jangan kayak pakai oh Indonesia kekurangan 4,7 juta, but you asking why this data is appear, right? Kayak kenapa sampai data ini ada? Nah itu jadinya analisisnya tuh oh karena dokternya kurang, karena mahal, nggak banyak orang mau masuk dokter. Terus dokter itu susah dan panjang waktunya. I think a lot of people not see doctor as a good investment, for example. Karena udah keluarin uang banyak, belum tentu juga lulusnya tepat waktu, bahkan kayak 5 sampai 10 tahun. Belum angkat spesialis lagi kan. Nah, terus mereka juga pikir, third, oh return of investmentnya kok kurang. Jadi dokter kan gajinya nggak sebesar itu misalnya. Tunggu kamu spesialis dulu, baru mungkin akan besar. Tapi kalau kamu kan dokter umum, gaji kamu nggak sebanding dengan uang yang udah kamu keluarin misalnya. Atau banyak hal lah. Kamu bisa telaah dari sisi-sisi yang mengapa sampai orang tuh nggak mau jadi dokter pada akhirnya. Selain kegagalan sistem itu. Nah makanya di NISDC itu mereka tuh nggak pernah uh, tanya data. Kalau kamu bawa data tuh itu langsung dibilang cheating. Makanya kamu perlu other alternative like what I say, kayak give me analysis like that. So why the premise is true? Kayak nanti misalnya kamu dapat data ini, oh based on Harvard University atau WHO, mereka bilang kayak gini. Tapi you need to ask why sampai mereka omong gitu, baru kamu kasih analisisnya. Nah itu kalau saran saya, ya.
Terima kasih Kak.
Thank
Iya,
you.
semangat. Any other question? Okay, if there's no question, I think you may go back to main room. Okay. Thank you guys and good luck everyone for next round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome. I love you guys.
Hey guys, I believe time is over. Can I get the speaker order from negative team? I might drop it to the chat box. Again, for negative team, please send your speaker order ya. Okay, also send the reply speech here. Reply speaker is gonna be the reply speaker.
Oh, can I start now?
No, not yet.
Back.
Okay. So welcome to the second round. Under the motion of as a developing nation, this house would map sports potential based on ethnic or regional strength. Before we start, I really encourage you guys to please give or at least take one POI during your speech, and also don't forget to state your POI preference before you delivering your speech, because it's going to be the reference for the opponents on how they are going to give their POI. Do not forget that your time for POI is strictly 15 seconds,
Oh,
and it's only allowed between minutes 1 until 6. Yeah. Without any further ado, let's call upon the first speaker of affirmative team here.
Before I start my speech, my preferred pronouns are he, him. If you want to mention API, just unmute yourself, and I will not looking at the chat box for everyone. And I think I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Rep the set. We have to be efficient in order to probably to make a name in a big stage, proud to propose as a developing nations. I'm gonna give you several points of characterization to identify the stakeholders in this debate and how we gonna identify the status quo about what actually happened and what is the things that we are actually discussing in this debate. Then first, then how do how do developing nations actually looks like within the status quo. We say that developing countries or developing nations is a nations with quote unquote more limited research and on both human and financial research. Therefore, most of their budget have to be spent efficiently and have to be spent wisely because they have more limited budget compared to big countries that already been developed, most likely and most of the time the tendencies of developing nations are influenced with the incentive to keep progressing and developing as how it labeled as a developing nations in the first place. And I think that most of the time developing nations and in this case relating to the sports and relating to both geopolitical in sports, I think most of the time developing nations rarely make a sound or rarely make an impact, especially in an international stage. And that is what actually happened in the status quo. Despite of that fact, I think that each nation has the same incentive, which is to excel at something and to be part of something big and be make a sound, especially in international stage. to here, how sports actually looks like, especially in international stage and in developing nation, and how it actually gonna impact to the nations, and how it's gonna influence the nations in the big stage, in the international stage, and within the countries itself to begin with. I think in the international stage, we say that sport is one media or competitions, whereas nations can excel, where nations can make a sound, where athletes or people from their nations can actually represent their nations into the international stage, where actually people gonna know what nations they represent. Where I think that in sports, international sports, athletes from each nations work hard and compete with the incentive to proudly represent and actually achieve something, or to achieve something for what they represent. In a larger scope, or in generally, I think that on international level, on every level, every athlete or every player in some sports, they have the same intention, which is to win it all. But not every nations in this world, especially in the status quo, has the capability to win it all. I think that every nations in this that are related into this debate have the incentive to win it all. They want to win every sector of competitions. They want to win every gold medal. They want their countries to win it all. But I think, like what I said before, not every nations has the capability to do so, which in this case most of the time are the developing nations with the limited resource, limited athlete, and limited infrastructures. I think that, like,
POI.
I'll take it.
Okay. Do the propositions team believe that the every athlete deserves the same chance to success, because this mapping system of athletes is simply discriminative?
Okay, I'll answer the discriminations later on my argument. That's come as a trade-off, where we well, like I said before, the incentive of a country is to progressive, and what I said before, developing nations doesn't have the capability to win it all, and that's why you have to stand to propositions. And please listen to my mechanism, how our sides of the house gonna fulfill the incentive of a countries which is to excel at something, and which is to make a sound, and to make a sound in the international stage. With that being said, that's why proposition have a mechanism where it will help developing nations to win something, at least progress, and make a sound in a big international stage. And moving on to my characterizations, point number 3, which is how a proposition mechanism gonna look like, and how the mechanism gonna look like under our side of the house. Under side propositions, I think that developing nation will do sports mapping based on the ethical potential, where developing nations will survey and check which sports that suits which ethnics better, and gonna develop more on one focus scope in a smaller scope, so that the budget will goes on a more in a smaller scope of sport. I think that to respond on opposition's POI, where they claim that our mechanism is gonna harm and discriminate other athletes that are not gonna be focused. I think, let's say we have the priorities. This is a priority scale. The incentive of a countries is to make a sound. This is on a international level. We want developing countries to make a sound. We want developing countries to actually have a chance to compete in international stage. If under our side's opposition they say we discriminate, it's just a trade-off. It's part of the progress. If you don't want to take a risk, you don't want to take a trade-off, the countries under your side of the house will just be stagnant. In example, how our mechanism gonna look like under our side of the house, if we found out Kupangese people play basketball better than playing badminton, then what will be the main focus to improve, and the facilities and the instructor is for basketball. And even when we are prioritizing one sport, there will be a check and balance, where we wouldn't completely abolish and dismiss other sports that didn't excel that much in that specific area. We didn't discriminate. We prioritizing one specific, so that we can actually excel at that sport, rather than we trying to generalize everything, and we're just gonna be a mediocre at the end of the day. And it means that developing nations under such opposition will be just stagnant, because their progress is very slow, and they couldn't say other thing. The incentive of this mechanism is simple, because as a developing nations, our resources are limited. Rather than trying to make everything better, we can start easier by mapping, which mean that we prioritizing, which mean we know what should be prioritized first. It will be easier to developing specific sports for specific ethnics, rather than generalize everything. And the outcome and the progress is faster to prioritizing in smaller scope. On national level, under our side of the house, every city and every ethnic has their identity and sport that they proudly presented. Eventually, on the international level, the countries will have that better developing athletes because the development is more specific, the budget put is more efficient because we're prioritizing more rather than we try to generalize everything, and we rather be special on one thing rather than be just being a mediocre at everything. With that being said, our mechanism will likely to help to achieve the country's incentive that I said before. The argument is simple. Under side of the house, we want to countries to have their identity where they can have the chance to excel at something rather than under side's opposition where they to generalize everything and the countries will be just as mediocre as it's before, and the countries under side opposition will be just stagnant and cannot make a sound in the international stage. Proud to propose.
Thank you for the fine speech. To respond, I'm calling upon the leader of opposition. Here.
Okay, first of all, is my mic audible enough?
It's kind of echoing, but it's fine for me. How
Okay.
about affirmative team? Is it fine?
I will start my speech.
Sure.
To
Give preference PI, please.
I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow debaters, we strongly oppose the motion that developing nations should map sports potential based on ethnic or regional strengths. We acknowledge that different regions and ethnic groups may show, patterns that indicate their bodies are built for it. But this system of mapping people based on their ethnics are dangerous and is not efficient. It suggests to the world that they promote discrimination and stereotyping. This wastes the resources in a developing country like Indonesia that's already limited. And by supporting this system, we totally ignore factors that makes us students and athletes successful, like coaching, practice to perfection, and access to the sports competition and the opportunity itself. I will show you why this approach is weak, ineffective, even problematic, guys, and suggesting discrimination and devising, which is completely against our ideology of Pancasila. Let me begin with my first argument. Scientific evidence for mapping
PI. To go
Oh,
for
thank you.
the specific.
Scientific evidence for mapping someone based on their race, ethnic, or regional is simply weak and too unreliable. First, the idea that some ethnic or regional groups have clear fixed strengths to certain sports, such as Kenyan people have shorter torso, which makes them better at running marathons, is simply unreliable. And we acknowledge that athletes in East Africa, like Kenyan, Ethiopian people, no, thank you, excels best in sprinting and marathon. This is not because they have genetics that define them, that destine them to be better. It also comes from their training, their childhood level of activity and activeness, their diet and their motivation and social situation around their country. And even if we want to acknowledge that their muscle fibers is taking oxygen more efficient, but the truth in many studies is there is simply no sport gene that reliably predicts the more surprising performance that comes from a certain groups of people. Even if we test their DNA and even their genetic system, it still fails to give so solid proof that some races are more successful in certain sports. It almost reaches little to none predicting power for talent in sports such as running, swimming, and even tennis ball. And my second argument, success from the athlete is influenced by the opportunity. No, thank you. Okay. I will accept the POI.
I think are you talking about training? Training is also exists under outside of the house because when we allocate that much fund, we would like it to train these people by probably taking other coach from other country, for example. Therefore, under outside of the house, training still likely to exist because at the end of the day, we care for these people because probably they win because they repetitively win for
Time
example.
is up. Okay, I will answer that later in my argument. Success in this athlete is influenced by the opportunity that come from the country system and athletes, not because someone is Kenyan and they probably can excel in running and even marathon. Kenya, Ethiopia, Africa continue to dominate in the running sport, not because they have genetic traits which are better than us, but because they have high altitude grounds, they have intense training with community support system, and also the motivation that running and successfully achieves first, second, even world champion will offer a way out of poverty. Even when we focus on facility and strict training programs for future athletes, they produce amazing athletes no matter their ethnicity. And also, let me continue with my argument. If in Indonesia, success in badminton, weightlifting, and even takraw ball comes from huge access to development programs that's highly targeted, no matter if they're Papuan, Javanese, Batak. And we totally reject if you claim that these people are better at some sports. Province may show dominance in some certain sports. It's because due to their local tradition and social system. Like for example,
Yeah.
yes, please.
If you want to make every sports better, how would you have the research? Because we speak as a developing nations. How would you achieve your mechanism? Because the resources are limited, so your mechanism is utopic. Thank you.
Okay, we totally acknowledge that our resource as a developing country is limited. That's why if we want to use the system of, boxing and, categorizing people based on their ethnicity, it simply fails. We must invest in our athletes, our future athletes, and our competition, etc. And let me continue with my argument, please. If we map by ethnicity and regional, we possess risk of neglecting, talents elsewhere. A child from entity does not mean they can only run and do boxing. We should take a look at China. China has a broad talent search in U.S. college sports. It's designed to uncover hidden potential like Alicia Liu, who skates excellently. This is just far more better than if we map and stereotype some ethnic groups. The proposition may claim that this is efficient and smart use of limited developing nations from Indonesia resource, but truly it's not. Efficient is based on a weak and unsupported claim and will go to waste. They may point that observed pattern is prevalent in some individuals, but yes, we agreed, but the result from surrounding culture environment is far more superior than fixed and box mapping of ethnic strengths. And if we try to implement it to the national policy in Indonesia, it's still flawed, racist, and dividing for some ethnic groups. And to crystallize my debate, we still strongly oppose this motion, not because we don't care about certain childs and certain ethnicity, races, but because we care about bringing equality to the world and especially Indonesia's sports system. Thank you.
Thank you for the speech. To respond, I'm calling upon the Deputy Prime Minister. Here.
I am audible.
Yep.
Yep. Starting my speech. Oh yeah, before starting on, for PI, you could just unmute yourself. And starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, let me remind you that what we're doing is just a proportional fairness, not anything unfair. We say that it doesn't discriminate anyone because we prioritize the specific sport that we excels. Of course, we need to prioritize them, right? Because they excels on them, right? We can just throw away the chances and like the prodigies that exist around us because we can that's why we're so proud to propose. And before moving on, let's frame the debate around in 3 things. Firstly, I think that when their side agrees on our characterization that, oh, we're living in unlimited resources and stuff like that, exactly because in such a limited cases, for example, we say that it is urgent to go for this kind of specific sport policy because then they can take them all to the so-called competitive level, right? And no, we think that we're not just talking about Indonesia in this debate, but I think it's more about developing country in general, right? So I think that they cannot put any kind of specific ideology to be argued as an argument here. And no, I think that China is not an example of developing country that they brought. And secondly, I think that all their benefits that they explain on their side of the house can be achievable on our side of the house, like providing better system on the sport, for example, and also nurturing the player to success, and also like actually winning something. But even I think it's better because and more likely because then we choose to more focus on that specific sport. We think that it's gonna make the results to be more likely happen on the side of the house. Just the difference is that we make it on a specific sport we just make it in a kind of specific sport, right? Thirdly, then I think that another big problem on their side of the house is that in because in their side of the house is that there's no such mechanization to begin with that provide a likelihood on how they will fund the proper fundings anyway on their side of the house. So in the end of the day, even if like they excessively explain about how it can improve the player, improve the environment and stuff like that, what about the fundings? How are you going to do it, right? And yeah, before moving on to my contributions, I'll take that
Okay,
PI.
so you're saying that you want to limit people on some specific on some specific sport. It means that any other people cannot be joined or they cannot even continue or even participating for this kind of sport. I think that was not even moral, and you are just assuming that something gonna be happen and better if it's something if someone with a great ability can
It's over. It's over. Yep. Firstly, I think it's not about. Firstly, I think it's not just about the fundings and stuff like that, but I think it's more about how we can provide the best way. We just want a proportional fairness in the end of the day because it's the specific sport that excels more. I think that it needs more support and stuff like that because it has a bigger chance to actually win, or even if it's not win, it actually can create a more proper environment, right? And moving on to two contributions on my sides. Firstly, on the macro term with broader impact. The context here is that realize panel that sport is not just about you winning and there's nothing next. But when we take it to the long run, I think that sport is gonna be more. It's gonna be a more kind of catalyst to impose some kind of glory or legacy within a body, right? I think in this case, it's a kind of pride and improvement that will be passed down through generations, eventually through the system that exists within that kind of specific sport in that country, right? I think AG, this is like how Iran are dominating Asian futsal scenery because it has been passed through generations from the system that heavily supports it, right? I think this is what we mainly look for, right? Because this is the main intention of the developing country itself to find a kind of sport that they want to excel for, right? Then how then is achievable on our side of the house then? Firstly, it provides a kind of clear projection of where to actually commit, right? In a sense that it gives direction of where to invest for these developing countries, right? This means that they're the one that excels would be more prioritized on our side of the house, leading to not only a bigger chance to actually like that sport of winning something, but also the very important thing of the system, but also the very improvement of the system. It's the system regarding that sport itself, right? Because now they had they want themselves to be competitively viable in that specific sport that they excel for example. Secondly, then I think that it also gives a more chance for more people to actually be facilitated in that the sport that the most people interested for example. In this case, a region with a football advantage with more people interested in football, for example, will likely will likely gather them around into themselves, right? And at the end of the day, we facilitated them the majority, right? But why that is important? Firstly, I think that to win something, the system in the sport itself must be very established, right? And once the system itself established, this leads to a more convenient circumstances around the specific sports, ECEG, like better competitive league, local league, for example, more facilities, or even for far more recognition for the athletes itself, right? I think this is how like Japan does it in the 80s, for example, when they push for football development because more people actually put interest around it, right? So it leads to Japan improving their domestic league, for example, and even to the point when they're exporting players to Europe, for example, and now they're consistently dominating Asian football scene. And it's just Japan. We're talking about panels that they have some kind of excessive budget. What about those who are limited in this case? For example, in this case, developing countries. B then, I think that good system will gather more talent, for example, efficiently, right? In the end of the day, the country will have endless amount of talents because then of the good environment and supporting them, right? So in the end of the day, we didn't just win, but we create a system with an environment that can win consistently. Or even at the very least, if we didn't win, at the very least, we provide a better system and circumstances within that specific sport that will create a better system and will eventually make a better living for those athletes that involve around that system, right? But how then it is likely? I think that we immediately give a maximum support for the specific sport. So in the end of the day, it will of course excel from the funding, right? But comparatively under the side of the house, yes, all sports will be funded because they're taking them all in the same level, for example. But I think this leads to a inconsistency because then neither sport will be fully will find the exact proper amount of fundings anyway, because then you have limited resources in the first place, right? But secondly, then I think that in the end of the day, there's no such specific sport that they can excel for on their side of the house. So I think that there's no kind of legacy or no kind of system that will pass through generation. And in the end of the day, non-domination would exist on their side, under their side of the house. Second contribution then at the individual level, impact. I think that more people that actually had interest in specific sport will be supported, but under the concern of unfairness that they say in post that side of opposition in post, for example, we didn't. We say that we didn't completely ignore those, but we just want to prioritize the ones that actually excel. That's what we're so proud to propose.
Order to stop.
Thank you for the speech. To respond, I'm calling upon the Deputy Leader of Opposition. You're here.
I think I'm audible right now. So I'm starting my
Yes.
speech. I'm starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. You're in a position when you are not able to prove your patient. What will you do? A limitation by only ethic and the government offers you. The region's power is not as strong as parameter for those chosen. But let me directly respond to the government statement. First of the rebuttal, they on their side of the house, they are thinking that we are stagnant, but their side of the house is thinking that the winning something on purpose, or even over when you are have to winning a competitive match. It should be the prioritize. But I think when you are too focusing on something that every people Mary can do, just because you have a better races, you have the power to control it. I think it's not a better idea. It's not a better idea for you to limit it someone in specific sport. Let me directly respond for the statement. First, then they frame local powers as an urgent, but importantly, equalization are truly needed here. By evaluate someone from their ability doesn't mean that you all prioritize one or even two as better. But secondly, then they claim that the success of many players probably come from genetics, but accordingly, game trend also impacted on how athletes found their best. And the truly then they don't play the ideology of many countries. Many countries are equalized or something as something crucial. Government has lack of morality when they are trying to putting an assumption to criticize. So I think at this point we completely win. For the urgency in many developing countries today, even at the status quo, they have the access to even they have access to sports and already unequal. The poor marginalized communities are often excluded, but country like Indonesia and India, we have infrastructure to concentrate in urban areas, talent identification system. Are we implemented the policy where the government will double down the existing of inequality? So I think at this point, but the justification or principle is clear. The sport development must be inclusive, merely based on opportunity driven and not identify based. Why? Because mega sports serve more than just a medal, national unity, social mobility, and youth development. When the government coming to you and saying that everything about winning a competition is more important, when they're thinking the competitive participant could make a really great event, or even can represent your country better. I think that's not how it works, guys. Because you have many choices here, you have many options in your country, and even at the many millions of people, you only choose several of people who want to try those competitions. Let me continue to my main arguments. As status quo, looking at the developing countries, the talent is identification already limited and inconsistent. Many athletes succeeded on this system because of it. But here's the key issue. First, the lack of access. People are trying to represent their country. People are trying to do their best on one sport. But what are they got? What will they got? They just got a disappointment from the government. Why? Because they only offer for someone who really have the ability for it. Because when you are from one or two races that really have an advantage, it doesn't mean that you have to prove yourself in one tournament. So at the second of key issue, not lack of genetics or regional sustainability. Many countries in this world, even now, they are thinking that genetic is it doesn't matter for the sport. Everyone can do it for their sake. They can do it for whatever they want anytime for this. And let's continue to the structural discrimination, making sports based in ethnically region only leads to the government liability group as like good this group or this ethnic is good in export, or this group is not suitable for export. Many people just simplify this case as an inability when you cannot do something. When you are really good at one sport, people will think that you are better and you are suitable for their place. But when people are coming to you and they are saying that only one or two specification athletes that can only pass the test or even represent their country, you have a right to reject that, because this is not true. And then the impact when these criteria are happened, the children are pushed into predefined role. Others are denied the opportunity before even trying. This is not efficiency, but this is systemic of exclusion. Many or other people deny the opportunity even before they're trying, because you can see at the another country. For an example, in America, someone they classified as black. They are categorical as someone who can run speed up or fast. They are thinking that someone categorical like that could be suitable or one sport. But for that reason, many people are doesn't want to even to try, because they are get the pressure from what people have taught. Now let's feed them the talent. This is unpredictable because many elite athletes secreted outside stereotypical background. A policy restricts scouting. Now what the government missed from this debate is, first, the late of bloomers, and the second, the cross-disciplinary talents. They are not even thinking or concerned about that, because their specific sport is not even suitable for child to compete in international for what they are prioritizing. Now, the feeling favoritism is also it also can be suited for someone who doesn't even get chosen. In the other countries like Indonesia, this is risk. Why? Because interregional tension like reduce national cohesion. Sports should unify, not define. Now, full scientific basis. The proposition basis on oversimplified assumption about genetics or environment, but in reality, the performance is multifactorial. It's about the clothing quality, it's about the investment, it's about the exposure. So the policy is not about how to be competitive in one or two competition. No, but it's about not how, but it has to be scientifically passed. Now, the nationwide test is open trials across all rate and no restriction based on ethnicity. Why our side is better? We are offering some solution. Firstly, equal the infrastructure development. Invest in rural training center, and you can also on the school level programs like date based on individual assessment is only focused on perform metrics or only the physical test. Why this is better? Because this maximizes the entire population potential, maintains the fairness of inclusivity, and strengthens the national unity, produces a more sustainable access. That's why I'm so proud to be opposed.
Thank you for the speech. To close the case from affirmative, I'm calling upon the affirmative whip. You're here.
No, it's very
Check, am I audible?
Yep, you are.
Do I preference in chat box? I will be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Judges, note that this is an actual motion. Reasoning which chat are going to fulfill the incentive of developing country are going to win in this debate. Opposition case highly focusing on the incentive of the athlete itself, which they cannot connect. Why then when the incentive of athlete, when the athlete getting like a passion for their sport, for example, are suddenly going to fulfill the incentive of the developing country itself. Meanwhile, under our side of the house, we care for these developing countries, which is what they want is that their branding, which is what they want is that their glory, for example, is what they want is that the system that they create for the sport, for example, to actually make people to be excellent in sport in an international level. Opposition only care for these athletes, which is something that is actually in a not significant scale. Meanwhile, our side, we care for the larger scale at the end of the day. For several framing in this debate then. Firstly, how does sport looks like? I think at 8, sport is something that is you should find a strategic way to win. How so? This is like how you can found or your strength or what your not or what your natural genetics or what is the what you already prepared for your athlete or the kids or something about or, that is dominated in one area that is actually your strength. Therefore, in this context of developing nation who have a limited resources and funds to go to allocate, you should maximize the potential that is actually beneficial that probably will likely to beneficial from your side of the house. But be there. I think we told you before that the incentive in here is as a developing country, you want to good in an international stage, right? Therefore, I think that in international stage, it is not only about patient a game, but it is also about how you compete in that international scale. Therefore, I think that under our side of the house, we care for these type of things when we allocate our funds to hire a coach from another country, for example, because we care for this specific idea at the end of the day. Therefore, other outside of the house, we are going to be success simply because because we emphasize our funds at the end of the day. Comparatively on the proposition side of the house, the funds is actually distributed, which is something that you cannot even control. Because here's the thing, in spectrum of sport, there's something that you're good, but there's something that you're not good at. Therefore, at the end of the day, when they're actually allocate their funds to something that you're not good at, probably, it's probably unrespectful, but this is still okay at the end of the day, because at least you as a country will like to actually maximize your potential at the end of the day. Because you as a country will like to make your money for something that is useful at the end of the day. Because developing country is something that is something that is actually have a lot of economic struggle, right? Because the infrastructure or something about that. Therefore, at the end of the day, I think that what matters the most about is where your money goes from. Is that it is actually going to beneficial for you or not. But second, note that under our side, we prioritized. We're not delayed or shifted suddenly our sport to focusing on the potential, but we just allocate a huge amount of funds for this sport. That is to say, I think that the argument about the freedom to choice is not something it's not something that's important to discuss, because two things. Firstly, people still can choose for what their passion is under our side. But the difference is that we don't really develop it. We focus on something that is good majorly beneficial for us. But second, in terms of impact, it's not really significant, because based on mapping, it's been we're going to find out the major strength, which is in a large amount, for example. Meanwhile, their side of the house, they only care for one specific individualism, which is actually you cannot even know what is their potential at the end of the day. But lastly, then I think that they misunderstand about our cases. It is not just about how then you're going to that you're going to delete all the sport, but you're going to emphasizing more for these type of things. We're going to make this type of things to be beneficial at the end of the day. First clash is done. Which side is better to fulfill the incentive of developing country? I think that firstly they're talking about they still can perform good. I think or they still can perform good. I think that this is not exclusive because two things. First, there's a tendency or ambition for athletes to perform good in international level because they have a responsibility to perform good because they already represent their country, for example. But second, there's a training for athletes. When we do mapping, we found out our strengths that make government highly focused on that type of major. Government having an incentive because two things. They want to be champion because when they're champion, it will make a popular country. It will make their country to become popular, to make an identity, for example, that is actually make their identity in international good is likely to good. Likely to good. Why is important at the very first place? Simply because here's the thing: when you're actually having a good identity, this will take investor to also invest on your country because at the end of the day because your country is popular. But then it is certain we only focus on aspect that likely to be our strength. When we combine it with training that highly focusing on compared to opposition, they will likely to be uncertain. Because why it is likely it is because we built a culture of sport that we told you before. Therefore, how so? We are prioritize their sport. We always win. We care that much. It has become the motivation for new generation athlete that is going to become the cycle, for example. Therefore, it make a lot of new athletes to be more motivated at the end of the day. But the government will always have the incentive to just develop because they are always win, for example, because they want investor to come to their country. But second, in terms of training, here's the thing: why opposition still can achieve their training? Why it is so? Firstly, because limited of funds. Because the characteristic of developing countries is that they have a limited funds for sport because they have an economic problem. They have to build infrastructure, for example. They have to build another health healthcare or something about that. Therefore, we want this type of money to actually become beneficial by prioritize, not delete the type of things. But I think that even if at the end of the day, but secondly, then another side of the house, we have a better training for this athlete. Simply because why? Simply because yeah, we hire another coach, for example, to maximize our potential. But thirdly, then in terms of fairness, I think that fairness is not only about distribution, but it is about how you prioritize the one that needed the most. Therefore, at the end of the day, other outside of the house, we care for the fairness at the end of the day because yeah, when we are always win, they need this type of money to actually go through at the end of the day. But fourthly, then, in terms of stereotype, it is fine because as long as you will win, you will make another country to become respect to you. Compared to your side of the house, you only win one or two times at the end of the day. At the end of the day, you will lucky to not become respect. You will lucky to get stereotyped by another country at the end of the day. But second question is that in terms of impact, how do we win long term and short term? Firstly, in terms of short term, under proposition, they will lucky to steal the sing. This is like how Indonesia mediocre in everything. Meanwhile, Philippines, because they're focusing much on basketball, they will likely to become good. Well, which one we are going to choose? Of course, you're going to choose the Philippines itself because yeah, you are going to become popular in basketball that take investor the most at the end of the day. Meanwhile, under the long term itself, I think that they want I think in terms of developing all athlete, I think at A, the prerequisite for this is so hard or that they want to take it. The prerequisite is that you have to hire a lot of expensive training, for example. But B then, even if it's going to happen, I think that their side of the house are going to still mediocre at the end of the day in every single aspect because yeah, the money is not something as maximum at the end of the day. Comparatively on our side of the house, we're going to maximize its potential. How do we weigh our why do we shooting in this debate? Simply because yeah, on our side of the house, our impact is that significant. Meanwhile, their side of the house, they only care for the specific individualism proud to oppose.
Thank you for the speech. I'm calling upon the opposition whip. Here.
Okay, let me start my speech at 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable educators, and respected opponents. As the third speaker of the opposition team, I will close this debate by demonstrating why the government policy is not only fluid in part, not only fluid in participle, but also dangerous in the long-term impact. I will do this by rebutting their own core argument and rebuilding our stance and weighting this debate clearly. First, let me address the government-made idea that mapping sports potential based on ethnic origin strength is efficient. At first glance, this may sound logical. However, it argument is deeply problematic because it relies on generalization and story and stereotyping. The government assumes that certain ethnic groups or regions are naturally better at specific sports. So this is not incorrect, but also unfair. Talent is individual, not determined by ethnic or where someone came from. By using such as mapping, the government risks limiting opportunities and individuals who do not fit these stereotypes. A talented athlete may ignore simply because they come from the wrong regions or ethnic backgrounds. Second, the government claims that this policy improves resources allocation, but in reality, decrease inequality, resources will be concentrated only in regions that are labeled as strong, while others are neglected. This leads to unequal development of supports across the country and reduce opportunities for many young athletes. Instead of expanding access, this policy is narrow it. Third, government may argue that this system helps maximize the national performance. However, they fail to consider the long-term consequences. When the opportunities are restricted and certain groups are prioritized, it discourages participants. Young athletes may feel excluded and lose motivation because they are not part of the preferred category. A successful support system should inspire and participation, not limit it. Now let me rebut our stance. The opposition belief that sports development should be inclusive, merit-based, and accessible to all. But instead of categorizing people based on ethnicity or region, government should invest in equal access to training facilities, process fair solution system based on individual talent, encourage nationwide participants. These supports ensure that every, every individual has opportunity to opportunity to join in the national that say that's wrong, regulates and of their backgrounds. Now let us wait this debate. The government offered the efficiency, but at the cost of fairness. We offer fairness and inclusivity, which lead to sustainable success. They really on assumption and stereotypes. We really on merit and equal opportunity. They risk on dividing society, but we strengthen unity through the equal access. In the long run, the system that are fair and inclusive will always outperform one that is received and discriminatory. So the question is for this house is, do we want sport system that limits potential based on levels or one that discovers talents from every corner of the nation? Ladies and gentlemen, for fairness, equality, and true national progress, we strongly oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you for the speech. Now we proceed to the negative reply speech. Here.
Is my mic audible enough?
Yep.
Okay. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the proposition has painted a picture of efficient talent mapping based on ethnicity and regional strength, but with what they are actually proposing is a flawed discrimination and wasteful policy that a developing nation like Indonesia simply cannot implement in their regulations. The proposition's approach roots on ethnic or regional groups have fixed natural strengths in sports that they said that mapping by ethnicity is scientifically reliable and that will produce better results, better athletes, but this is simply flawed and not reliable. First, the propositions over relies on false claim of genetic or ethnic determinism. Recent reviews in sports genetics between the year of 2024 and 2025 clearly show that no single gene or ethnic profile that can reliably predict athletic success, even if we combine multiple genetic cues, only makes about 10% of variance in power performance and far less in most sports. One major review concludes that genetic tests have a near zero predictive power for talent identification. Direct-to-consumer genetic testing has been repeatedly failed by experts because it can tell us who will become the best athlete. Look at Kenya and Ethiopia often and talk about their ethnic strength in distance running and marathon. While we know that dominance comes primarily from high altitude living, intense bond in community, training since childhood, and strong motivation driven by poverty and economical success. It's not about a unique genetic that makes them better. No, when other countries in similar environments and success and systems, they produce strong athletes too. We offer the solution to perform a nationwide talent identification test that opens across all regions and schools, and there's no restriction based on ethnicity. Our side of the house simply wins, and our side of the house invests in the rural training center and school level training programs, and we encourage data-based individual assessment that focus on metrics of their performance metrics and standardized physical tests. And the proposition said that us opposition were stagnant, but they are also flawed because they support boxing and categorizing athletes based on their races. Our side is better and simply wins because that we maximize the entire Indonesia's population, teenagers and youth potential. We maintain the fairness and inclusivity to all future athletes. And proposition claim that proposition only wants to focus on one potential, the potential one, the potential athlete. But this is discriminative because they forget to consider that Indonesia is the fourth most populous country in the world. So if they only focus on some individuals that quote unquote have some potential, propositions has failed to bring inclusiveness to selecting the next best athlete to compete internationally, and that's why opposition is proud to oppose the motion.
Thank you for the reply speech. I'm calling upon the reply speaker from affirmative team. Here.
I am audible.
Yep, you are.
Yep. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels. Inherently, I think that opposition would die for equality, such equality, and stuff like that. I think that we have said I think that on our side it's more of a proportional equality rather than a kind of discrimination that discriminates other sport. So in the end of the day, we want to prioritize those who needs it the most, those who excels most on the sports, right? So in the end of the day, they're being very the very thing that side opposition voted for example, never actually happened on our side of the house. So why then we deserve to win in this debate? Few reasons. Firstly, then, I think that they mistook. I think that side opposition verily mistook our case and mechanizations. For example, we never say that we prevent any kind of other sport to be played on our side of the house, but we say that we prioritize the one specific sport that is popular and that we excel for, right? I think that it is very different from what their side assumes to us. Secondly, then, I think that to the extent of mechanization, I think that there's no such a clear mechanism to happening on their side of the house as they brag for equality and stuff like that. But they can provide any kind of mechanisms that will provide fundings and support for all these kind of sports to be actually reaching the kind of level that we competitively viable in a global scale. For example, at the end of the day, no manifestation is likely on their side of the house because there's no clear manifestation through mechanisms on their side of the house. Thirdly, then, I think that their harms is just unconsiderable on their side of the house. Like talking about unfairness and inclusivity on their side of the house. I think that in this debate, we're debating about developing country. And in the case of developing country, right? I think that it's not about the athletes nor the community itself. So in the end of the day, this doesn't even go with what the notion wants, for example, and burden for both sides. So we think that they never actually fulfilled the kind of incentive for developing countries itself, right? B then, like we have never said anything regarding limitations for other kind of sports on our side of the house. We didn't say anything about but we have said about emphasizing our strengths, for example. So in the end of the day, the harm that they impose on our side of the house horribly fails because we never actually do it in the first place on our side of the house. Thirdly, then, let's look at the benefits panels. Like what happened on our side of the house is that we simply give a kind of maximization to a specific sport, right? I think this will manifest into a better system and environment, like a better domestic league and exporting plans, for example, like better infrastructure and stuff like that. We have explained this from the very start to the very end of the third speaker, right? So because simply we have committed to the specific sport. So winning titles is more likely to happen on our side of the house. And even if we didn't win at all, at least we have improved the system that will support the most interested specific within that area. That will give livings for those athletes that live in that work for that specific sport, for example, right? Which is a progression at the very least, right? And also, then comparatively under the side of the house, when they want to take all sports into that kind of competitive level, for example, in the end of the day, no such progression would happen on their side of the house, as the one who excels and needs support were being limited by their so-called fair policy. But to those who didn't really excel too much, will find their support not too useful, because in the end of the day, in terms that they in the end of the day, they were not ready. They weren't in a level to be ready for that kind of support and fundings eventually, right? In the end of the day, they just on their side, they just wait resources on things that didn't even actually score anything, didn't even make any kind of progression on the system within that country or that area. For example, wasting potential on their side of the house. And lastly, it is worth considering that this is a condition. We're talking about a condition of a developing country which have a limited resources under their side, under both sides, for example. And that's why we think that their side is horribly failed in this debate. That's why we're so proud to propose.
Thank you for both team. Please wait approximately 15 minutes for me preparing the OA. Thank you.
Yeah.
I put the winning to affirmative team. So commiseration to negative team. Okay, moving to my justification. I think affirmative team came to this debate bringing three main things. First is that developing countries characterization on they have limited resources, so they need like efficiency. Also, mapping is a practical tool to like guide investment in sports. And also this leads to better international performance as one of the interests of developing nations, and they want national success itself. Negative team then come to the debate with three main things. First, that mapping based on ethnic or region is discriminatory and unfair. Also, B, the system is unreliable itself because athletic ability is not determined by identity. Instead, they are determined by environment, training, etc. And C, also they argue that it reduces participation and harms inclusivity under developing nation. How do I weigh all of this? First, I think the biggest clash is about the efficiency and equality of chances of opportunity itself, right? I think affirmative wins this clash because they are the only side that properly engage with the structural constraint of scarcity, which is the main point of the debate because we're talking about developing nation. Also, affirmative mechanism is pretty clear because developing countries have limited budget, so the only rational way to improve sports outcomes is to prioritize where to put this investment, like where probability of success is higher, right? So mapping becomes like a tool that would convert these limited resources into like concentrated development, like better facilities and coaching and etc. um if I weigh this with negative argument on equality, I think it doesn't compete at the same level of impact. They argue on this exclusion itself, but they never explain like what the state should do instead under the same constraint, under the same limited budget. So they mention about equal distribution, right? But in practice, I think what affirmative already bring is that it means funding would like get spread thin across all regions and sports, which means that affirmative also shows that it leads to lower overall performance, meaning that all performance is going to be medium. So yeah, negative model, like I think it fails the practical task itself of like what happens if you implement this in a resource poor system like developing nation. So yeah, in this way I think affirmative has the more credit. And also about reliability of mapping itself, affirmative still wins this clash because they are, I think they correctly like define the standard of policy itself as like not as perfect accuracy, but like the guide to investment probability itself. Even if some individuals like misclassify, the policy still improves like average outcomes by like directing resources towards statically stronger regions. They bring example about Kupang, for example. um Meanwhile, negative tries to argue on unreliability itself, but they never prove that inaccuracies are large enough to reverse the net benefit of, the majority of interest of some regions. So they treat any risk of stereotyping as like disqualifying, while I believe affirmative operates like on the logic that governments always works with imperfect data, right? So the weighing here is about affirmative. They defend like a model that is under imperfection, but it's still like the more realistic thing to do. Also the third clash is about participation, right? um I think negative team claim relies on like behavioral assumption that people outside prioritized groups will feel discouraged and stop participating since I don't get like any plausible analysis on the deeper level, because we are talking about like the same country, right? However, they don't establish like a strong mechanism for like large scale withdrawal. How do people or some athletes will suddenly withdraw themselves from this sports? Because I believe affirmative already mentioned about athletes always want to go compete and etc. And I think they affirmative team isolate the impact more precisely and keep like um yeah engaging with that. And about I believe that negative team also bring this alternative about national standardized system. um but it doesn't solve like the core problem in this motion is which this motion trying to address, which is like allocation under scarcity for performance maximization. Because first, standardized system, they don't explain like how it's going to be mechanized, right? Like where the government should invest first. For example, when resources are very limited, because when you're going to be establishing this test, there should be some places that is already under development. So yeah. And the second, I think it is still not competitive with affirmative end goal, which their goal is which their goal of the model is explicitly to build to improve international competitiveness through like targeted investment in some regions. So I think the negative model is still need improves on how the procedural fairness in this test is going to be guaranteed, and yeah, like that. So in every day, I think affirmative wins because their entire model like forms a consistent chain between scarcity and like prioritization all the way to like this international performance. While negative team, I think, unfortunately, in contrast, consistently like prioritize equality and inclusion, but like fails to engage or like provide a competing mechanism that still works under the same constraints itself. That is why I put affirmative above negative. Hopefully that's clear, because they're going to announce like the draw release in 1 minute. If you have any question, maybe quick. If there is no more question, you can just go to the main room, because there will be draw release in 1 minute.
Seman satu Kupang D, please adjust your cam angle. Okay, thank you.
Hello, can I ask a question in here?
For the question is actually already been conducted through the main room. So you can proceed to the case building.
Okay, thank you.
For Seman satu Kupang D, Devina, you can adjust the cam angle, please. Please adjust the cam angle so all the LO can actually see the paper. Adjust the cam, show the table that you do the case build. Okay. Check for each team. Please send the speaking order to the chat box. Yeah. Send the speaking order to the chat box. Thank you. The case building time is over. For all the team, you can adjust. You can change the cam angle to show like. Okay, thank you very much. I think both of the team are the right thing. So just a quick clarification before the debate start. Hi everyone, my name is Alvain and I'm the judges from Miss Central University. So there are certain things to be reminded. Number one is that it is gonna be silent round. So it is totally different from the previous round. So in this round, you will not hear any kind of verbal education from the judges and the result will be silent. So after this debate, you can mobilize to the main room. You don't need to actually wait for the judge's decision, and the LO will help you to go back to the main room. Secondly, I think the rules for housekeeping is still the same. For first, second, and third, the maximum time is 7 minutes and 20 seconds. There is no minimum time. But also for POI, please respect your opponent. The POI are allowed the POI are allowed for from the first to the 6th minute, and the POI was allowed the maximum time for 15 seconds for 1 point. So that is the housekeeping rule. And before starting your speech, probably you can start by giving the clue. Uh, I will start my speech in 3 to 1. If you have anything to clarify, for example, trigger warning or anything, you just have to make sure that you can tell before you start your speech. So yeah, this is the last round. Everyone can clap for their entire effort until this round. So without any further thing to do, I will call upon the first speaker from side government. Here.
Okay, so I will start my debate in three, two, one. Honorable educators, respected opponents, I, as the first speaker of the government team, will state that we fully support this motion, which is this House believes that extraterrestrial territories outside Earth and its moon should be designated as terra nullius. So before I start with my arguments, let us define the motion or the key terms of this motion. First, there is extraterrestrial territories. This key term refers to place outside of the area of Earth and its moon. And there's the second key term, which is terra nullius. This word refers to a legal principle meaning, which means land belonging to no one, which means a land that cannot be occupied by anyone in any means. So I will start with my arguments. Extraterrestrial territories should not be owned by anyone. Why? Because it is a form of academic research that should be available for everyone to use. And that is why making it terra nullius, it was with that we are saving the future knowledge about space. And as what my second argument is, as what we've seen on internet, we saw that many countries are fighting to travel the space. For example, SpaceX, NASA, China, and many more were fighting and creating technology to explore the space. When they finally succeed to travel and even found a new entity or new thing out of the Earth and its moon, they can claim the new entities or thing on space. If the extraterrestrial territories outside the Earth and its moons haven't been designated as terra nullius, then that means we are losing a potential academic researches because it will be claimed by other countries. And this is why it will be a failure of humans' acknowledged development of space. So, uh, honorable educators, as the government team, we would like to restate that supporting this motion means that we will be able to save our academic research for space, and it will make us a better country. And with more data from space, it will make us much more a country that is much more uh, farther from other countries, much more smarter to be exact. So, uh, we have stated clearly that extraterrestrial outside the Earth and its moon should be designated as terra nullius. This argument is based on the fact that space were one of the core of academic research. With designated terms, with designated them as terra nullius, uh, it is saving the knowledge about the world. So, honorable educators, uh, again, we restate that we fully support this motion. Proud to be the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much for government first speaker. Before continuing, government, can I know who's the first, second, third, and reply?
Oh, we're so sorry. We're all informated on the chat.
Okay, can you inform immediately on the chat so we can continue?
We've imparted on the chat. I'm so sorry. We forget to.
We forgot to inform.
Okay, second for the second videos. Okay, so yeah, to continue those case, I would like to invite the first speaker from side opposition here.
First of all, I want to check, am I audible in here? Check, am I?
Maybe it's kind of lacking. Can you check again?
Check, am I audible?
Yeah, probably it is better.
Okay.
Yes.
I will start my speech in three, two, one. When we saw the moon, it's out of the earth, and so they didn't have someone to actually have it or to maintain it. So the problem is when they didn't have someone to maintain it or some country to maintain it, it can be doing for from other people to actually doing such a for resources or something else. So some people who didn't responsible for it's really bad because at the end they can use something from the moon, but they can't even maintain it, such as they can make the environments bad and etc. So they can make the moon dirty too. When some country have the moon, they can make policy to keep the moon clean and to maintain all the things to make something to be good and not causing any bad for the environment, because basically some country needs the moon to also to research or to search something on it, and they can make the knowledge so that the country can have much more knowledge about the space. If they want to have a good knowledge, they need to maintain the environment on moon to be clean and etc, so that they can use it until 5 or maybe infinity times. So the impact in here is, first, the moon are or the other things can be good to observe or to doing it. And second, the country who actually have the moon can make a book or etc that they can give to knowledge or to science, and they can give to science and etc. That's very good, because everybody can have the knowledge to the moon and etc. And the third is, it's not gonna causing other people or country to cost more money, because we understand that the country who goes to moon is actually the country who have a good financially, so that when other country wants to go to moon and they can't even afford it, they can make some agreement with the country that actually already get to the moon to see some observations and etc that they already do. So the fourth, the country that is the country is that have a lot of money than the other country, they can actually go to the moon and make some researches, some observations on there. And the fifth, if it can very beneficial because it can make collaborate with other country to make agreement or something that's very useful for both countries, so that when some country wants to go to moon, they can make some agreement in here, so that the economic growth can be also being involved in here. So I was super proud to oppose the motions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the first speaker from side opposition. To continue those case, I would like to invite the second speaker from side government here. Second government.
I start my speech in three, two, one. Honorable educators, logic is a skeleton of good argument. Without it, words have no strength to stay. Today, we dissect the anatomy of this motion to find the core of this truth. We are here to ensure that our solution isn't just a temporary bandage, but a permanent recovery. As the second speaker of the government, I will state loud, clear, firmly, plainly, and unequivocally that our team fully support this motion under discussion. Before I move into my argument, I must address is the government's claim of maintain the moon. Let me clarify this moon is an entity that doesn't need to yet maintain. The concept of terra nullius is logically flawed in the 21st century. It assumes that unclaimed means a fable for private ownership. First, why argument is correct? Why our argument is correct? First example, we have seen this before during the colonial era or the When the world powers declares lands in Africa or the Americas as empty, it led to centuries of conflict and exploitation. Applying this to Mars or asteroids will trigger efforts come first, first when the winner takes off. Second example, only a handful of entities like SpaceX, Blue Origin, or the United States or China currently have the stage to reach the place. Declaring them terra nullius means the other 190 countries are permanently locked out on universe world simply because they weren't first. Second, why our argument is important. This argument is vital because it protects global stability and scientist integrity. First, preventing space militarism. If a private company or a single nation owns a specific territory in Mars, because of terra nullius, they will inevitably bring weapons to protect that property. This turns exploitation into a military standard. Next, preserving scientific research. Under our side, a crate on Mars is a laboratory for our scientists. Under the government's side, that crater is a private mine for a corporation. If a corporation owns a territory, they have no incentive to share scientists' discoveries that could be benefit humanity's survival, like water sources or cell data. For example, we treat the international Sebut as global commons. Because of this, we single country can own the bottom of the Atlantic. This prevents wars over resources and ensures we protect the environment for everyone. The impact of our argument is equality for developing nations by treating as a global commons. If a nation without current space program, like many in Southeast Asia or Africa, have a legal seat at the table. In conclusion, we cannot repeat the mistakes of colonial history. We must treat the stars as a shared legacy, not real estate market. I would like to state once again, loud, clear, friendly, plainly, and unequivocally, that our team fully support this motion under discussion. Proud to be the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the second speaker of government to respond to this case. I would like to invite the second speaker from side opposition.
I will start my speech in 3, 2, 2, 1. As the second speaker, I will show you that when the moon should not be designed as the terra nullius or um, land belongs no one. Why this is problematic? If imagine if we go into space and tries no one there, it will belongs to us because no one is belong that land before. There's no one. There's no problem because no one didn't because no one going there before. The impact if you say that land belongs no one or terra nullius, why we still have to buying a land or buying a certificate land if this in this world land is belong to someone who found it first. How we make it better is we can take that moon because we stand there first. The impact is it makes good for their economic. It makes good for our economic because if we're going there first, if we're going the moon to moon first, it belongs to us. So it's really good to us economic because when other people or other country want to go to moon, they will have to pay to us. If other space is allowed to be claimed as the preferred or state's property through the
occupation of land belongs no one or terminalism. There's no clear legal boundaries or sovereignty. Claims to territory will overlap, which is the land can trigger conflicts over the territory. They over the terrorism. They say that land in Africa has has no ones and makes problem of conflict. But back to the first speaker say that if we going there first, it means it belongs to us. Uh, that's why we are really proud to being a proposition team, opposition team. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the second speaker from side opposition. To respond to those case, I would like to invite the third speaker from side government to appear.
Argument. I will start my argument in 3, 2, 1. Honorable adjudicators, my procedure as a web speaker of the government is to state firmly, clearly, and straightforward that my team strongly supports the motion that is being debated. Firstly, the second speaker of the opponents has lost the main point of this debate. They mention that why do we have to buy the land in the earth when we clearly debate about the extraterritorial territories outside the Earth and its moon, which mean we are debate about something that isn't exist in this Earth. We debate about something in the space. I will continue my argument. Honorable adjudicators, the opposition explained about maintain the moon, which are totally doesn't make sense at all. Moon isn't a car that need to get mentioned every single years or every single day. Moon is a thing that can't maintain themselves. Different from the Earth that has human life in, the moon doesn't have any activities of life like the Earth. So when we didn't designate the extraterritorial terrestrial territories outside the Earth and its moon, we just lose literally a core of academic research. When rich countries that have mentioned by the first speaker of the opponents, like America, China, and others, or SpaceX or NASA, claims uh, the entities or the new thing of the Earth and its moon, if they claim it, then we're literally losing the potential and academic resources. Sorry, this will be a failure of human acknowledge of the humans acknowledge development of space when a country claims one or more entities, and it will be a downgrade for our education and our academic. I'm the third speaker, and I'm proud to propose. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the third speaker from side government. To respond to those case, I would like to invite the third speaker from side opposition.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. My battery is, yeah. Wait. Okay. I'll start my preference POI. Just unmute yourself and say POI because I will not see the chat box, and I will start my speech in 3, 2. Wait. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. By applying terra nullius in space is considered unethical and inconsistent with the principles of principles of modern international law, which is emphasize peaceful cooperation. Moving to my argument, first, like it will triggering conflict and like geopolitical. If outer space is allowed to be claimed as private or like state property through the occupation of terra nullius, then there will be like there will be wild or like brutal struggles, because that means there are no clear legal boundaries or sovereignty, which that are claims to the territory with overlap, which is like in the end will trigger conflicts over the over the territories.
POI.
No, thank you. Also, it will strengthening like monopolies by powerful actors, establishing like uh establishing terrorists yeah would only benefit actors with explanation capabilities, while like developing nations will lose access rights. The la yeah we as an opposition team emphasize the other space should be used for the benefit of all humanity, not control like unilaterally, like when you come first then you will control it. No,
POI,
but
please.
we will, no thank you, but we will support by it will used for the benefit of all humanity. And secondly, and next, that's like the destructive explanation of the space environment. Like, Terran, like I've said before, terrorists encourage of like first come and first come first served approach. This will encourage like the hasty and uh irresponsible
POI, please.
explanation, no thank you, of natural resources in other space without considering sustainability. However, outer space is a fragile environment. Explanation without exploitation without like clear regulations, like outside the control of countries or like the international law, can increase the risk of space debris. The risk of space and like the uh that endangers features missions. And also like we're talking about the inhibiting scientific collaboration, like the main principle of like the main principle of space
POI, please.
no thank you, no thank you, exploration today is international cooperation. If a territory is claimed as terra nullis by a private like entity of uh, or a single country, then uh yeah a single country, other like entities what may be prohibited or may um made difficult to uh made difficult to conduct like scientific research, like research. This will
POI, please.
hinder scientific progress, which should benefit all humanity,
POI,
not
please.
just the technology owners. So proud to be the opposition team.
Thank you so much for the third speaker from side opposition. So to conclude the case from side opposition, we would like to invite the reply speech from side opposition here.
Check. Am I audible?
Yes, but wait for the time keeping. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
You're audible.
I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. For this case, our actor can be more positively impactful because when the motions are released, because first, the country can make agreement and both sides was positively impactful. So basically, it's very good for first economic growth. If the two country was having an agreement, they can make other country can have a better economic, such as when the other country wants to go to the moon, or the the country that have the moon, they can make some agreement about the money that they should give and etc. It will be very good for the economic growth. And second it's very good for the science and the technology, because when the country that they go to the space, they or the moon, they can give us the knowledge and also the scientific proof about the moon, so that other country cannot even go to space to spend a lot of money on it. And the third one is other country can have an agreement and have a good or a better collaborations from to both country, because when they have a good agreement for the future of the country, they can have a better collaborations and it can be positively impactful for the both of the side. So I'm proud to be the opposition team, and that's the reason why we should win this debate. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the reply speech from side opposition. To close the debate overall, we would like to invite the reply speech from side of government here.
I'll start my speech and 3, 2, 1. The debate comes to down a fundamental choice: do we view the universe as a marketplace to be carved up or a shared legacy to be protected? The government has spent this debate defending a system of first come, first served, while we have defended a system of all together or not at all. First, stability versus the new colonialism. The government argues that terra nullius encourage exploration by giving people ownership, but logic tells us this is a result of war. Next, inclusivity versus elite monopoly. The government model is built on an inherent unfairness, only benefits those who are powerful right now. The final impact is which world do we want to live in? This government side leads to a fragmented humanity of us versus them in the fragmented humanity where private fences and national borders creates a landscape. It is a world of corporate feudalism and inevitable conflicts. The opposition sides leads to a unfulfilled humanity by treating the stars as a shared heritage. We force ourselves to work together to share scientific data and to manage resources sustainably. We aren't just protecting land, we are protecting the very idea that humanities can grow into something better than it was on Earth. In the conclusion, for a future that belongs to all of us, not just the fastest and the richest, we beg to oppose. I would like to state firmly, plainly, and unequivocally that our team fully support this motion under discussion prior to be the government. Thank you.
So thank you everyone. It was such a nice debate. And since this is a silent round, so everyone can appreciate their own stuff. So finishing the entire day of the preliminary round, maybe you can do a virtual clapping. So the oral education wouldn't be available for right now. So all the team, please mobilize to your own main room to wait for the decision and top eight. Good luck. Probably I just want to say that congratulations if you make it to the top eight, or commiserations if you are not making it. Both are actually show their performances, their talent. All teams are actually very good, but it was actually depends on the score that are very tight. So for all of you guys, keep fighting up for the next debating competition, and if there's another debating competition, good luck for all of you guys. You can go
Thank
back
you,
to the
sir.
main room. Thank you, everyone.